Good morning. There we are. I put the reference photo up in the left-hand corner. Now it's just a reference photo. It's not going to be exactly like it. It'll be similar. Okay, because I'm not going for a carbon copy. And the image was AI generated. I have Rembrandt pastels. No, I'm sorry, not Rembrandt. Paul Rubens and Mungio over here. And then I also have Ohio. These sitting there. These are made by Paul Rubens. But it's been so long since I've used them. I've only done these videos a couple of times now. And I don't remember, to be honest, which ones are really, really hard and which ones are soft. Now I know the Pastel are hard. And that's what I'll use for the first layer, because you want to work lean to fat, just like in oil paint. And also, on down the road, you can scratch out part of it. So what I put here on this first layer, I can use later for like highlights, you know, whatever. So I'm going to go ahead. This is like a peachy. I'm going to go ahead and that shouldn't be there. It should be more like right here. I tried to edit the original photo into a square because I also have some square canvases that are 12 by 12 that I think this would make a gorgeous oil painting. And again, I'm just kind of putting things where I think they go. For prompts, I think I put just roses, or I put roses in a vase, raku pottery, which is what that green pot is. It's a form of pottery, if you're not aware, because I wanted the different textures and things of that. So I'm just gonna, I haven't been drawing it out in much detail, but I think I will this time, or at least let me get light and dark shadows and just worry about shapes. That sounds better. So I'm getting the light areas of the flowers. I love this pink and green together too. It's just chef's kiss. So I'm just going to keep working on that. I do have some music queued up. If people would rather hear it than me gabbing. Or if I just run out of things to say. Or if it becomes impossible for me to work and talk at the same time, which is highly possible. If you have any questions or anything, feel free to put them in the comments and I will do my best to answer them. I'm on this floral kick here lately. I really need to do some portraits in oil pastel. But for right now, and it's like all my friends are sending me pictures of their flowers, and I'm seeing them on Facebook, and it's just like, oh, I don't have flowers in my yard, so it's just, this is my version of a flower. How's that? These are my flowers. And this is going to be a deep dark red here, but I use this lighter so that I can get some of these highlights in here. And then there's some pink up there. Those are pink. I know a lot of people find this first part kind of boring. To me, this is the interesting part, because this is where you're laying everything out and putting all the information down. It's going to guide you the rest of the way. It's kind of like the bones of what's to come. See, this is a dark pink underneath there. I'm going to have to build up layers of things. I'm going to go ahead and just use this. That there, there. It's like a yellow hue in here, and this doesn't go all the way up. It doesn't bump that. If there's a humming sound, it's because I have a fan on. So if you can forgive that, I would really appreciate it. It's warm here in Kansas today. I have the AC on also, but if I set it for it to start going off, it's so much louder than the fan because I'm close to the air unit. I don't live in a very big house, so this is darker in here. And I'm just going to keep building up these. And again, I'm still using the Pentel at this point, which usually I prefer to use the softer ones, but I need the foundation down of something so I can work over it without it coming up, because if I start with the soft pastels, they build up fairly quickly. And see, I don't know what to do on that right there. I'll just use a really light red. I'll just not put much pressure. That way, let's see what that does. I do have some older videos on pastels, oil pastels, that are a couple of years old, but there's one in particular that I compare brands and how they act. Now the prices I give on it, of course, will be possibly changed. We all know how the market is. And also, who knows if the manufacturer has changed their formula. But I use Paul Rubens. use these Pentel a little bit. These are the cheap ones you get from, I think you can even get them at Walmart. Not that the other ones are expensive, because Paul Rubens and all. I think Amazon right now, if you're wanting to buy some, I think they are wanting to get rid of what they have in stock. Because there's some prices that are really, really low. And if you watch the Frugal Crafter, she did a doohickey just the other day. Doohickey, that's a technical term. She did a doohickey the other day of a haul that she did. And she says that she did it because of trying to beat the tariffs. But there's a brand of pastels that you can get that are made by the same company that does Mungio. And I'm sorry, I don't remember what it was. That's why I'm referring you to her. Because I can put the link down below. I love these like sharp edges you get. I just wish they weren't such awful pastels overall. If you've never used Pentel, when you first get them, they smell kind of like gasoline. They're very much a petroleum product. I've had these long enough. I think either I've become nose blind to them or they're have been aired out enough. I will do a fast forward, a time lapse of this. I need to probably do a voiceover on them. I've been doing just music and fast forwarding it. I think this one would be a great one to do a voiceover. Now this is the underpainting sort of, so just remember that this is not the. Okay. I keep a cloth and I wear gloves when I do this. I didn't do it the other day, and man, my hands were a mess. Once you get to the softer pastels, the softer oil pastels, mind you, these are not soft pastels. If you're completely new to pastels, there are different kinds of pastels. There's what's considered just soft pastels, which are the pigment, the dry pigment, just mixed with gum trigant. Oh, I can't say it. They're mixed with the gum that works as a binder and makes it possible to make the sticks. They're like powdery. I don't want to say chalky because they're not chalk. They're and then there's oil pastels, which is what we're using today, that are mixed with an oil obviously. That's why they call them pastels. But there's soft oil pastels and there's hard oil pastels. So it's important to know what you're getting. Just kind of drawing that in there. I love it when it gets to that point where it has kind of a gushy build-up, soft, mushy. This is nowhere near that. This is just there's some yellow in that there. I'm gonna get out a little bit of a yellow because maybe I'll want to scratch that out later. Let me pull up. I always forget to do this. Put like a welcome note on it. But by putting this yellowish here, later on I can scratch that out. And the yellow will show up without making the whole area. Oop, let me mute myself here. So if you're if you're watching the replay, I have a live chat going at the same time. So if you hear me talking to people, that's what's going on. Okay, I'm going to start using the softer pastels. I'm trying to put these back in a reasonable order. I just want them to fit in the case. I don't really care if they... So I'm pretty much done using these. And then this set here is a Mungio Gallery. I love these. Love these. And then these up here are Paul Rubens. Whoops. I'm just putting a welcome note in the chat room. There we go. Okay, I'm going to start. What am I going to start with? I'd start with the peachy, the pinky. Ooh, there's a good one. That. Also white. Let me mention, you can buy sets of Paul Rubens and just white sticks like this. There's what, 6 there. And last time I looked, you could buy a set of these Paul Rubens like this, and there's a set of the extra white along with it, which is, it looked nice. See, these are much, I don't know if you can. These are so much softer. a great thing to learn is how to mix these, because unless you get a humongous set of colors, you won't have the right color to replicate exactly. It's just not possible. So you have to learn how to kind of mix things. There's a whoop there. And yeah, I know some of the green got in there. I'm not worrying about it at this point in this, because it's gonna, the dark areas on those roses, because I'm gonna have to mix in some something to get them a darker value. Hi Cami, good morning. I'm just swinging by. Hope it goes well for you. Whatever you have for lunch is tasty. I don't know what I'm having for lunch yet. Well, I take that back. I do. I have leftovers in the fridge I need to eat. We're doing a Walmart delivery today, so I need to get rid of some things in the fridge. And my hubby's not very good at eating leftovers. Okay, I'm gonna set that to the side. The ones I pull out, I set in one spot. That way I don't have to go digging back through, or, you know. And I could have pulled out the ones that I would use. That would have been the smart thing to do. But, hello. Ooh, that's really dirty. These are great. And they come in this wood case, which is nice. Let's see what. Yeah. That's really kind of dark. I do not have a lot of time to watch live, but we'll definitely watch it later. Thank you for this demo. You're welcome. I love oil pastels. I do. I haven't used them a lot lately because I've been oil painting. Oil painting is more my main thing right now. I have a show coming up and I need to be able to have things I can hang without needing them framed. It helps the budget. Man, these are just, they're so creamy and soft. Awesome. It's still not to that mushy gushy stage yet, but it's getting there. See how I need to get that darker down there. This is more pinkish in here than see, I can even squish that with my fingers and get it, yeah. And it's warm here, but it's not that hot. I think I saw it was like 78 in the house. So you don't want to ever leave these in your car in warm weather. I'm gonna go ahead and put some of this light yellow in here that I failed to get earlier. I'm probably going to be using a lot of oh, I broke it. A lot of white on this to get the highlights of the roses. Let's see what this does to the dark. That kind of works, at least for a layer. And it's kind of a mauve-y, a light mauve. And remember, we're working hard to soft pastels. Let's see what that looks like on camera. Once I move my big old hand. Well, you can't really see it that much here on the camera, but so I'm gonna need to build it up with something else. The paper I'm using is it's a Ohuhu notebook. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. I'm terrible with pronunciations. But it's an Ohuhu notebook. Oops. And I just tape off the edges. I tape them off because I like the nice clean edges when I'm done. I'm a nerd like that. You can start to see it building up some. Maybe I'll leave the greens down here. Does that show up better? Probably not. Just go ahead and let's see. I've got pink, so I want a green would make them look darker, correct? Ooh, there's a pretty pink. I have these other ones over here too. These are more like similier, which are really nice and soft. These Haya, I believe that's how you pronounce it. They're really, really soft. I'm gonna pull a couple of them out for, look at that, that's greasy. Wipe that off. Like I said, it's not that warm here in Kansas. Maybe you shouldn't be ordering any right now. Can you imagine these coming in the mail on a hot summer day? Maybe if you have a place where you can go and buy them locally. I'm not bothered by that dark mark there because that's a shadow on there anyhow. There we go. Forgot all about this little baby over here. At this point, I'm not caring too much if it, ooh, I just broke that one too. See how oily that is? don't know if you can see that on camera. And that was how it came out of the box. They do suggest you use the Sennelier within 2 years. So maybe this is not Sennelier, but maybe that's just part of the problem. I've had it sitting there. I have used these for Plein Air without a lot of issue. So, and I think there's even a video on it. The videos that I have on Pastel are a couple of years old, so. Trying to see what that says. I think it says red yellow. Interesting. Thought I was going to need to use white for the high to get the light values in here, but it doesn't look like I will. Now this area, excuse me, this area is starting to get kind of gushy mushy where I really like it. Now if I come across a color that I don't want and I can't get the top color to lay down, I can just scrape it off. Speaking of which, what did I do with my scrapey tool? I have like a sharp little, there it is, I found it. It's just it's a ceramic tool. You can use like an awl that you can get at like Walmart. I think even has them. It's just a needle on a wooden handle. That will scrape it off. I do go through sometimes and just make sure everything is wiped off and ready to go, but oh, that's perfect color. Look at that. Look at that. That's perfect red. Perfect red. This is actually the lighter area on the red petals. So oh, that's just, oh, sorry, I'm geeking out over it. Why am I apologizing? I'm going to take that apology back. There's nothing wrong with geeking out about it. Color. Much worse things I could be geeking out over. Right? Right. Was I just talking to myself? Yes, yes, I was. Let's see. What's a good way for me to get the dark, dark red? Maybe. See, that's a Haya that wound up in the Paul Rubens box. Oh no, that is Haya box. Never mind. Let's see how dark that is. No, that's not dark enough. Maybe. No. I think I'm going to have to what I'm doing is I'm mixing this with that light, quote unquote, that I put on. So I can this is almost black. Let's go with this one. It's kind of an orangey, but an orangey brown, but we can build it up. Oh, I guess that maybe that wasn't the light, was it? What is today? Wednesday? The 13th, 14th, right? 14th. I'd get there eventually. I'm just grabbing and using. You can scrape things off and put a color on top of it, so I'm not terribly worried about getting the wrong shade, because I'm gonna go over it. The last one I did was of the teacup, and it took me several hours to get it done. Because I kept building up the color, and I'm gonna set those aside, these Hayas, because they're so soft. I'm looking for like a dark green, the darkest green I have. And it looks like I've torn off the actual, nope, it just says dark green. this area is almost a black on the reference photo, so I'll probably go over it with an even darker color, but it's good to have color in your shadows. You don't want to just slap down some black in there, because black can look very flat on a piece without any color variation. And this is the vase, so I want to work it a little different. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that texture that the vase has. I don't know if you, well, I should be able to scratch it in there. That's not dark enough. I don't like the texture of this. I don't know why it's... Maybe it's an age thing? They're not that old. But see how it's kind of... almost kind of gummy. I don't know why I continue to lay it down. Let me go over it with this and see what happens. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I'm getting into this one. This is blending that darker that I put down. Nice medium green. This is olive Claire. China light. Olive, oh, olive light. My eyes. Sorry. I'm going to use that to kind of blend those two together. That blends it nicely, I think. You just go back and forth color-wise until you get close to what you need. I don't know why I chose roses for this one. That's not nearly dark enough in there, is it? I thought I was doing darker than I was. Let's see what this does. Try to see what color it is. It just says emerald green. This, on the reference photo, this area is supposed to be petals on the rose. Oops. So what I'm going to do is just go in there and scratch out all that green I put there. With this tool. There's a petal over there too. And that petal goes out a little. So there's that one. And I can make some repairs to this. Remember that red that we put down at the very first? There it is. That's why we put a base color that's related, if possible. I like mine to show marks and not necessarily be real smooth. And you may want it to be really smooth on yours, but I like mine kind of open and showing. Showing how I got there, or showing the workmanship. It doesn't show up on screen nearly as well as it looks to my eye. And this is just sort of like drawing here. You just get in there and you scratch out what you need. There's a green, white, what do you call those? It's not a green petal. It's like from the bud. I'm sure there's an actual name that I could. Let's see, I can go in there and clean up some of these edges. I am by no means an oil pastel expert. I think every artist has their way. See where I put that? Those marks that came off of there. It makes a nice little shadow. I need to get these shadows in here. And this down here is a white. It's the highlight. So I'm just going to kind of loosely put that shape in there. And it looks like there's a shadow right here that I didn't see, that I missed. It's in here. I'll just go ahead and scratch that out a little. This is more scratching than I usually do, but and I'm making that line so I know where to put that green, because that green should come up there. A little closer. It's getting closer. It is, it is. All ribbons, okay. See, I got that. Off a little. And if I want to soften that edge so it's not so harsh, I can go in there with my scraper and just barely do it, and it will kind of blend the two together. Oh, I forgot this shadow, didn't I? I'm not pressing down real hard. I'm just this is a higher. Yeah, it is. I could tell because it was so soft. Put that right there. I'm gonna go ahead and put that highlight in there-ish. Now, if this gets so squishy and you know, there's no traction at all on the surface, I could run this outside and spray it with some Sennelier oil pastel fixative, and it'll kind of seal the surface a little bit, and it'll give me enough texture I can continue going if that's an issue. Now remember, pink is a red, so on the color wheel, that green is going to make it a little darker, which is what we want anyway. Trying to figure out this color in here. It's more of a dark orangey. Orangey red. Hi Annette, how are you doing? Hello, hello. How are you? What are you doing? Is everything good in your neck of the woods? Family's safe and I hope. That's a little too orangey, but I'll dull it down. It goes up and down. See if I move back. It'll, yeah, I've tried to get it to where it'll stay focused on the surface, and it doesn't like to. It says, I'm just not going to. I can hear it like a petulant child stomping its foot, saying, I don't want it. See, that might be browning it down a little too much. It won't do it. I've tried. It's a webcam that yeah, there's no setting for me to go and do that. I'm using Streamlabs. I wish I could, because it's annoying for me too. It's in case I need to step away. It's just some free downloadable music. Oh, that does look better on the screen. That you can get in the YouTube library. This does not look as yellowy and as it does on the screen. Huh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, when you get a YouTube account, if you go into YouTube Studio, there's a whole bunch of music that you have access to that's copyright free. Or there's ones you can buy also. And I just made a long track. There's a variety of prices. I think you might have to scroll down a little bit on the left hand side when you're in studio, and there's like a musical note, I believe, and that'll take you to the library. There's all different kinds of sounds. There's ambient sounds, there's animals, people, you know, like if I wanted it to sound like there was a crowd behind me, I could do that. It's kind of cool. But anyway, I download them and I put them in a file to connect them all, and then it just plays on a loop. So I have about like a 30-minute track that loops. I'm not sure what's playing actually. Is it I made some new ones recently, some new, that one is just nothing but piano, one is like acoustic folk guitar, and I can't remember what else. You can do classical, yeah, it's like I said, it's just kind of cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. Because sometimes when I do, it's hard because you start listening to them and then they start kind of blending together, you know? So I started just putting them in a folder, and then I go through and add them to a track. I was just looking to see what this pastel was. I started saying my mother. My daughter got some beautiful flowers for Mother's Day that she's a great photographer. My daughter is. That she took some that I think I'm gonna steal. She would be okay with it, so it's not really a steal. And I'll ask her. See how I'm adding the green on top of the red there, and it gives it it just goes darker. Anywho's, that's why you need to know how to mix colors. Or I wouldn't have a deep enough red. blending the edges of it. So have you done any oil pastels lately? Have you? I haven't done any since last week. Where's my... This is a Haya, so it's really... I don't like how that's not... I try and stay away from using black or anything related to that until the very end. I probably will put some black in here in these really dark areas, but I'm hesitant to I'm chicken. I need like a light. Maybe if I put... There we go. I know that makes it look not quite as red. How's that look on screen? Yeah, I'm wondering why I chose it, but here we are. It'll get there. I just need to trust the process and keep going. Yeah, it's a little orangey. But if I go over this with a red lighter, it'll make the orange lean more toward a red. And the longer I work on it, the more detail I get, it'll look better. Just have to trust the process, right? This needs to be darker for sure. It's because I'm using maybe it's because I'm using the softer. These aren't expensive or anything. They're, I want to say they had, I mean, for like $25, you can get a set of the Paul Rubens. These up here. And these are similar in softness. This was, I think, like 45, but it comes in this hard case, and I think there's a few more. I think. But that was in US dollars. I don't think you were here when I was talking about Frugal Crafter. She put a video up where there's some pastels that are made by Paul Rubens, and they're just boxed up underneath a different name. And they were really cheap. I mean, they were really, really inexpensive, and it was a decent sized set that you could get for like $20, something like that. I've noticed a lot of other YouTubers, $7 in India, 7K. I don't know how much that is in US or American dollars. I don't know. ₹2,000. Let me look on my phone real quick. Conversion. 7,000 rupees. Sorry. 7 rupees to dollars. Come on. I have rubber gloves on, so they're not wanting to. There it goes. Ooh, yeah. That's $819. Yeah, that's a lot. Or is that, am I wrong? I put in, oh yeah, I put 70,000. Okay. You would know. Yeah, 81.94. Yeah, I used the Pentel at the very first, when I was very first layer of this. I haven't tried to use them for an entire piece. Can you like scrape it off or put a fixative on it and build up? Would that be an option for you with them? Oh, I did try the Sennelier fixative. Oh man, it's taped underneath here. Dang it. Because I skipped a page last time without meaning to, but they're underneath here. The Sennelier was matte when I used it, and the Krylon over here was kind of a shiny. Just FYI. But I think the Sennelier would be far too expensive for just a fixative. Krylon is about $18, I think, here. Yeah, it's like building up from lean to fat, like you would with oil paints. And the Pentel are hard. So they, I kind of draw things out where they're going to go. Sort of like what you would do in underpainting in oil paint. I do it every week. Mondays I do master studies in oil paint, and it used to just, yeah, I used to be a nervous wreck. I mean, I need to start doing it where I am on screen because that tends to get better views, even though I'm an old lady. But people just like seeing the artist face. Yeah, I started doing live streams with heart breathings. And we did working sprints, and I was a nervous wreck, and it kind of got me out of that. So I built up to it. I don't know if I've mentioned heart breathings in here or not, but it's mainly a writing group that They're very supportive of each other. So I was in a very isolated bubble there for a while. And thank you. But I have really bad social anxiety, and I knew I wanted to do this, but I knew I couldn't just come on and start doing it, so I kind of built up to it in a safe environment. And I still do sprints for them on Tuesdays and Thursdays, because it's just an awesome bunch of people. They a lot of people that started out using it as a writing group have switched and gone over to other things for various reasons, and we still use, yeah. It's just a good crew. I know some of the people that I have in those sprints come in here fairly often. Ooh, I have not come close to getting that dark enough. Or the red. It will get there. Right? And here is a dark. It says green gray. I wonder what that do. Well, that's not too bad. And it's interesting how things look different to my eye here with it in front of me than on the screen. Yep. I have a fan going on me because my AC hasn't kicked on. I think it would make it so these weren't so melty. Yeah, we have a lot of people that are stocking up on art supplies in the US because of tariffs and things coming up, or the possibility of, because a lot of our stuff comes from overseas, from in China and whatnot. I'm pretty well set up with oil pastels and oil paints, and I got some canvases again yesterday. I started getting things at the end of last year that would last me. We're supposed to have, or the possibility of, like 100. It's not now. But I will say I have an item that I ordered on Amazon in April that's sitting at a US shipper. I do not know where, but it's been sitting there since May 1st, and I assume it's because of tariffs. I think they're just waiting till the delivery date goes by, and then they'll give me a refund, because Amazon usually does that if they don't meet the Fortunately, it wasn't a very expensive item. It was like a little shelf for my easel. I am going to... Okay, I got everything laid out. Ish. Ooh, this needs it. I may need to spray this because this is requiring a lot of smushiness. I feel like I have the base down. I may need to run outside and spray this because I don't want to spray it inside. I don't think you would want me to spray it inside. So let's call this the foundation. Nice clean right. I'm going to go step outside with my paint with this and spray it with some of the Sennelier. Let me grab it. Oh, it's right there. With this stuff, and I'll be right back. It's pretty toxic and stinky, so I don't want to spray it inside. It's still rather stinky, but it's not like it would be if I'd sprayed it inside. That's what it is. And this gives like a matte look to it. It doesn't excuse me. I'm just giving it a minute just to kind of settle. Square that back up. Okay. If you want to see I can still scrape it. But it won't smush around quite so much. I noticed somebody's working on our, I think it's power lines down the road. So if I go poof, which I don't plan on doing, that will probably be why. This probably could have used another layer of the fixative. But I didn't want to wait that long. Yeah, there goes the focus. Okay. Let's get back to business. This looks out of whack on the that needs some more red in there. Don't think the red is what's off. It's obviously the dark. Or I don't mean it's the light, it's the dark. And that should kind of go together. And then there's dark lines in there. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna break my own rule. Maroon. could I be onto something? This is one petal, it's not two. That goes up there. I'm trying to get this channel monetized. If I had really gone after it, I probably could have done it this month, but I think I'm gonna fall short. It'll be next month. I know the few times I've done like unboxings, it's done much better. Well, I've only done one unboxing here lately, and when I look at the stats of it, it's, excuse me, it really did well in comparison. But I don't want to become an unboxing channel. I got a maroonish. No, it doesn't say the name on it. It's a Haya, but it doesn't say the name. But I don't want to become an unboxing channel. One, I don't need a bunch of stuff, and I don't know how I feel about encouraging others to buy stuff. Now the Frugal Crafter, she does a lot of unboxings, but I think she counteracts it enough with information. That's very valuable. And she warns you ahead of time if you don't want to be tempted. Don't watch this video. Yep. I went against my own rule. He's barking because he hears the guys working on the line. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's a little scary using black. But I think that's the only way I can get that darkness of that. That rose in the corner. Poncho. He is, oh, he heard me say his name. He's a Jack Russell. And he is spoiled rotten, as he should be. He's a rescue. He's full-blooded, and we could have got the papers on him, but we didn't. It didn't matter to us. So the family that had him before us had a house fire and had to find a rental very quickly, and we offered to foster, but they just went ahead and surrendered him, which I don't know if I can handle fostering, to be honest. But they went ahead and surrendered him. He's full-blooded. They had the papers on him, but they got ruined in the fire. But we could have sent off for him. But we just, yeah, it's immaterial to us. Let's see what that looks like. Let's see. You know, I don't know. I'm not sure. That's a good question. So I've done a lot of drawings, and I think I added a little petal there. I've done a lot of drawings, and there's an oil pastel I did of him, which I don't know how I feel about the oil pastel. He is very, he's so smart. I really think he's my soul dog. Not because he's smart, just he is definitely my dog. I can't leave without him howling, literally howling, the whole time I'm gone. My daughter, who is very much a dog person, when I asked her if she would watch him, she refused to, because yeah, he's just very high maintenance, and I don't blame her. I'm watching what I have on screen. Yeah, he remembers. It's awesome in a lot of ways. Then it's also a little scary. Right now, we're trying to teach him to say I love you and to whisper bark. So he's pretty much got the whisper bark down. that we want him to do the and yeah, just but he'll get there. I'm waiting to see what this, that's not too bad. I'm gonna leave it there for a while and get some of these other ones in better shape. I think I'm gonna just go ahead and color that in. Yeah, one of us has to stay home with him, or he has to be able to go with us. Yeah, my daughter has huskies. She had one that she had. Oh, I want to say it was like 14. She was like 14 or so, and they had to put her down, unfortunately. She was smart. She was my baby too when I was there. I loved going and seeing my kids' dogs. My dad did not live long enough to see Poncho. He died 2 years before we got her. No, 4 years before we got her. And I swear I can hear him laughing in my head when that dog does things. They would have just gotten, my mom and him would have just gotten a big kick out of him. And I could have taken them down there. They had a big yard that was fenced in. They would have loved him. Let's see. Yeah, we had it was a terrier mix that we had before. And my daughter would, when she would come visit and we went down there, she would take her dog, and they loved seeing that husky. The first time she was there, she jumped right up into my mom's chair and just sit there like she was like the queen that she is or was. And they just thought that was the funniest thing ever. She just made herself right at home. Hey, they were getting too old to be able to care for their own dog. Too physically limited, put it that way instead. It wasn't an age thing, it was a who's gonna take care of housebreaking and what happens if he trips you. I told them they needed to make friends with a neighbor that had a pet. But they didn't, so. They were very big animal lovers. I don't think that's going to help me get that color I need. They tried getting a Jack Russell, in fact, from the pound, and he was just too much energy for them to have, unfortunately. Let's see what that looks like. I kind of like that orangey. Yeah. I could pink that up. Maybe use that maroon. Where did it go? Where did you go? Oh, there it is. Supposedly, the house that we grew up in, the new owners took over. It was haunted. I don't know how much I believe, but because we never experienced anything, but they swear about some things happening. And our old neighbor told us about it. Told us the things that they were experiencing. We got really lucky, my mom did, with the neighbors. When we grew up, there was a family that lived down the road, like 2 houses down. And they had 3 girls. And one of them moved back into the house next door to my parents. So they were like family. neighbor has also since passed away, unfortunately. Which is a lesson in doing what you want to do while you still can. Because you never know. This is like a dark brown, so. When I sit back and wait, it's me waiting for my video to catch up. Good night. Sleep well. Take care. Be safe. Every time India comes on the news, I think about you. It's a little closer. Oops. I'm getting kind of hungry. I'm just going to make that green up here since there's such small space. I think I am going to turn up the music so that I can go grab something to eat, take a break. I say that as I keep working. It's so hard for me to stop. I've got these two top roses close. They're not exactly there, but they're pretty close. And now I need to work on the rest of it. Like I said, this isn't perfect, and I kind of like the way it looks. Oops, almost put that on there. It has kind of that glowy quality to it that I like. Oops, this over here needs blended. I'm just waiting to see what it looks like. It'd be getting there. And I realize it doesn't look exactly like the rose in the picture, and I'm okay with that. See how that looks. It's bright orange, isn't it? That's bright. Let's tone you down a little bit. That looks better. This time I don't know how much spraying it with fixative actually helped. Probably should have put another layer or so on it of fixative. Ooh, that is pink. I'm gonna need to unpinken that a little bit. Make that a petal. There. This is why what you put underneath matters so much, because I couldn't do this if I had put down bright color of the wrong family. look on camera. This is way too pink and not shadowy. It's still too pinky on camera. I need like a flat green. Not work. Let's see. Yeah, it worked-ish. I'm putting in a couple of spots of that so it doesn't feel all alone. A little line right through there. When I'm semi-satisfied with this particular rose, I will go get myself something to eat. Take a break. Again, I know this doesn't look exactly like the reference photo, and that's okay. That's why it's a reference photo, not. Personally, I'm not wanting a copy. I like how this one looks. It's not, it doesn't look exactly like the, again, like the one on the reference photo, but it's got a that kind of velvety look to it, like you get on a rose, or with a rose, from a rose, on a rose. And this is too orangey, obviously. So why did I pick up the green? I don't know. I'm just cleaning that up some. This is just a like a pointy tool. They use in ceramics. What did I do to get that color? lighter. That just a smidge lighter. AC just cut on. Trying to get that to stick over there. I'm having trouble. Go ahead and try this again. I put the wrong color down initially in this area, and now it's not wanting to be the color I want it to be. See if we can work around it. And there's a divot in the petal there. Okay, it's not perfect, and I'm sure I'm going to come back and probably change it, but I really need to get something on my stomach. And go to the restroom, things of that nature. I will be I started to say I'll be right back, but I'm gonna keep messing with this for quite a while, I'm sure. I'm gonna take a break. Usually my breaks are like 15 minutes max, so. And I probably will be sitting right here for much of it, as I can put my feet up and if you have any questions that way. Let me see how that looks before I step away. Like I said, there's still a lot of stuff I want to do to it. There's a lot of things. I actually have till around 4 my time. I've got a delivery coming, and that I need to be available for. And then it's gotta go just like that. Get off there. I want to keep messing with it, but Mother Nature's telling me to go into the bath. It's so hard to stop. Okay, I will be right back. I'm going to remove the reference image just for now, and I will be right back. Well, maybe I should leave it up so you all can see. I'll leave it up. Okay, I'm going to turn up the music and mute my mic, and if y'all need anything, I will be nearby. Just if you have any questions or anything. All right. Okay, I'm getting back after it. I have started in on this rose. I've got the basis anyway of those two. I feel pretty okay with how they are. They're not perfect, but you know, we're not after perfection here. I ate a little something, went to the restroom. I have an appointment at 4 o'clock my time. So I have about 2 hours to get this done, max. Maybe it won't take that long. Maybe I won't be done. Let's see how we do. If you're new here, I'm using Paul Rubens and Mungio oil pastels. I started out with a layer of Pentel just to kind of get the drawing down. So that sorry, I'm starting to get into what I'm doing here. It's hard to talk. But I also have some Sennelier, the Paul Rubens. I keep forgetting what they are. Heiko? What are they called? Hiya pastels, which are kind of like the Sennelier. They're really soft. And this is just a scritchy tool that I use to scritch. It helps me take it off, bring out certain, you can see a lot of it in here. And I tend to jump around when I work. That's just kind of how my brain works too. But it also gives you a more cohesive final image. Instead of tightly working on this and then going over here and tightly working on that. I am working on primarily this one right now, but I will go kind of back and forth. And sometimes I will pause. What you're seeing on the screen, there's a delay, and if I pause, it lets the video catch up to what I just did, so I can see it on camera, because it looks different to my eye here than it looks on camera, and it helps give me a fresh perspective. That right there. Where'd it go? Oh, there. This right here, there's supposed to be our, I'm gonna put a little petal right there, and I can just scratch that out and it will go down to where I put the Pastels, and then I can go in and color that. This may look white, but it's actually like a soft pink. I think they called it I don't know, I don't remember. It was like red, yellow, something like that. And I will just keep going back and forth between adding layers and scraping, moving things around. That's one petal. Because I don't use a palette knife, it's very hard to get little details. So I will scrape off and then replace what I've got in order to this is one of the higher pastels, which is really soft. I don't usually blend either with like my finger or whatever. I will use the pastel itself. And I have a paper towel here to clean off the end of it, of the pastel, as I need to. It's just a matter of working back and forth. If anybody has any questions, feel free to put them in the comments, and I will do the best I can to answer, or if you just want to chit chat. I'm in Kansas, if that matters to anybody. If anybody's curious. See how I got that completely off too? Let me use this tool to guide me. There should be a petal there, and then it comes in, and then there's a petal, angle, angle, and then swoops. Swoops, that's a technical term. And there's a divot in the petal there. This is round. And see how I can get some highlights in there just by scratching it off. There's a layer underneath there of Pentel pastels, so it's not completely white when I scratch it off. See right there, you can see a little red. This looks wrong down here too. Let's see, we've got that one. We got a swoop. That should come in. There should be some green right there. I have not been using pastels for a while. I used to use them all the time a couple of years ago. And there's some older videos that have comparing brands and things like that, if that's something that you're... And I'll have this one set up as a time lapse also. I don't know that I'll be talking on it. You're probably saying, thank God. But what would I do with the... Oh, it's right there. I kind of did this edge a little different. See how I put that mark right there? Right in there. I can go in there and just scrape off the edge of it and get that little... get it thinner than what the original mark was. Should I just take that off? I think I will. I'll just take this part off. It's not on the reference photo. Oh, yes it is. I just did it too far. It needs to go like there. And then I can just go over it. And I know that's too green. It needs to be more of a neutral shadow color, but I will put other on top of it. And blend it in. And I know I already put that highlight there, but that was more just for me mentally than for it to be accurate. It goes up there. If I use this scraping tool real lightly, it will just mess with the top layer, like right here if I don't want to remove it all. Or if I want to highlight it, I can press down a little harder. And that way you can create gradients. And the color without blending. Hi Heather, how are you? What's going on? What's going on? What are you doing today? Are you working on more conference stuff or mom duties? I'm just trying to help define this flower a little bit more. This has yellowish in it. Right there. A little there. A little dabble do you? I may have just messed up a little bit. This isn't exactly like the reference photo. Again, it's a reference photo and not a copy. What was I going to say? I don't even remember. There's not much going on here, personally. Still need to clean the studio. I just can't bring myself to do what I want to do. What I really like to do is just take everything out. Take everything out and then put things back. When I told my husband that, I could see the fear in his eyes. Where's that light one? Oh, there it is. I still may do that though. That'd be one way to really go through stuff, really clean. I am trying to build this channel, so if you haven't already, I would appreciate a thumbs up or subscribe. I was gonna be, if I had really pushed it this month, I could have been monetized, but it looks like it's gonna be next month, and I'm okay with that. I want to start making regular videos, you know, tutorials. I haven't done that in a while. And I need to figure out how to fit it all into my routine. Because I've gotten so used to just going live. That's when I like it. It's when you can just smear it like that. But I prefer oil painting too, so I would like it. Just smear that stuff. Yeah, I started filming. I will tell you though, I started filming at 10 a.m. my time, so I started filming 4 hours ago. I will do a time lapse. I don't know if I'll be talking on it, but I'm gonna just go ahead and go over that white too, so I can quit having to work around it. I don't know if I'll be talking or if it'll be music set to it. Did I turn down the music? Yeah. Oh, thank you, Kat. I'm still getting used to them again. It's a little different. So I'm still oil painting on Mondays. I have well, I don't know. I started to say something and then I was like, nah. Whoops, where'd that one go? So I'm trying to come up with a regular schedule, and I'm not sure I'm not sure what's best. Mixing a little red in with that green so I can darken it. Without putting black. I would not cut off at 4 o'clock today if I did not have an appointment. I have a delivery coming that I have to be available for. See, I've been looking at the analytics, and the analytics say that too. Sometimes I have trouble. It's kind of like walking and chewing gum. It's like using both sides of your brain at the same time. It's difficult to talk and do the artwork. So sometimes I'll kind of go off on a tangent about something. I try to stay off politics. I will say that, except for tariffs and art supplies. Oh, in my warped mind. Where's my maroon? Poncho's kind of nervous today, so if you hear him barking, there's last time I looked, there was I think it's an electric company is working down the road. And the truck is making him bark sometimes. He's kind of a nervous dog, so. Oh, you're good. You're fine. I'm glad you're painting. Oh, yeah. I will with my friends. I mean, you know, if they know me, they already know my politics. If they've hung around me for very long. And it has come out on here. But I think we're all just getting weary of it. Everybody knows where I stand, so if it bothers them, yeah, there's a lot of artists on YouTube to watch. I tend to think if you stay silent, you're complicit. So I don't remain totally. You know, but you know what's sad is me just saying that. You already know what side I'm on. Or what I think. I used to wait tables a long time ago when I was like 18, 19. It can be kind of fun. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. It wasn't anything important. It was just relating to politics and talking about them. I'm the woman in the neighborhood with the yard signs and the I don't have bumper stickers. That's mainly because I like my vehicle. I don't want anything to happen to my vehicle. And hubby doesn't like bumper stickers, so. And we share vehicles. We have two, but we both drive both of them. I really like Mungio and Paul Rubens. And if you want really soft, is that, see, I'm already forgetting. Is it Haya? I put the lid somewhere. I don't even know where I put the lid. But it's a Paul Rubens. Oh, it's underneath there. Yeah, they're like Sennelier, which I love them. They're really, really soft. But they are also expensive. If Sennelier wanted to say sponsor me and use it, I wouldn't turn it down. See, mine was in a small town. I mean, my parents would come in. It was, yeah, it's See, this looks better on screen than it does here, I think. It is actually an AI image. I cannot take total credit for it. I put the prompt in and that's what came out. And everybody around here, their roses are blooming, all my neighbors. And so I had an urge to do flowers here lately. Friends have been sending me photos and things of theirs. My daughter had one this weekend that she got some for Mother's Day. I think it was from her boyfriend. That are just amazing. Either she got them from him ordered or he got them from his mother. And she grew them. I don't know. But they're beautiful. Hi Jonas, how are you? Well, and my husband's taken over my car. Here, he leaves me the truck, and he drives my car. But I really don't mind, because I just don't go anywhere. If I were to go out of town, I would take it. But I'm gonna try something. I got these tools over here. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting. These are like polymer clay tools. And the rubber end kind of works to blend. I wonder what this end will do. Not much. But anyway, I've had these sitting over there. Let's see, what do I need to do? And I will say my husband fills up the gas tank. So my only gripe is he doesn't put the seat and stuff back where it belongs, where I need it. Oh yeah, you were talking about pastels. Yeah, the Holbein are wonderful also. They are a little expensive. I have some. Thank you for reminding me, because I would like to try them. What did I do with them? I only have a few, because I have so many pastels. Hey, quit that. Oh, here they are. This would be a good chance for me to maybe use them now. I can't even remember what colors I got. I think I got like red, white, and something. But I just got some individual sticks of Holbein. Oh, I got blue. Maybe that red stuff will work on there. But theirs are square too, which I like. I have not used these at all. So this would be a great time to do it. That looks more like a grayish, doesn't it? But it's supposed to be white. I only bought a few just so I could see because they are expensive. For my budget anyway, they are. I have a friend that does oil pastels, and he bought the entire set of Holbein, and he loves them. He's a retired art teacher. But he really likes them. So I take it Kat likes them. You don't like their Academy line? I have been using like a lot of Paul Rubens, and I do have some Sennelier sets. Not really big sets. But I have a whole shelf load full of them over there. I have a video where I compared them all. I don't think I had the Holbein at that point though. But I compared them like on prices and how well they blended. I don't remember all. And if you look at the Frugal Crafter, her last video, she did a haul, and there are some oil pastels on Amazon right now that are made by the same people that make Mungio, and they are a lot less expensive. I would put the link or whatever to them, and use my affiliate link, but she's already got it right there for you. So I'm not usually big on haul videos because I think we all buy too much, but she does her research. So, and to me, I think she saves people money because she will say, okay, this art supply does not work like it's supposed to, or you can get it cheaper here. So if you're going to go ahead and buy some anyway, you get a little mud in there. Whoops, I just dropped one. I'm going to scrape some of that off on the green there, because this right here is turning into mud because it's too thick. And the same thing right here. And the reason I tape it off is because I like a really crisp edge, crisp, clean edge. There we go, that looks cleaner. In Canada, they are $5.45 each. See, it's not just me about the seat. I don't, radio station and stuff, he's good about. We tend to listen to relatively, you know, except for PBS or NPR. I like to listen to NPR every once in a while, especially if I'm going on a trip. If I can find an NPR talk radio station, I am a happy camper. And yeah, I don't know what they are. I don't know how much they are here. I went to look up rosemary paintbrushes yesterday and I noticed Amazon didn't have any of them anymore. They're made out of the UK, so maybe the whole tariff thing. Look real quick for Holbein. Because now I'm curious. I don't have any art stores around here, and I'm not seeing Amazon's the best. That's academic. There's lots of, oh my. On here, this is on Amazon, a 15-piece set of Holbein Artist Oil Paint Pastel Set, the artist grade, is $65.80. And that would be without shipping here in the US. I don't have an art supply store for about 200 miles. 150 miles, maybe would be more accurate. I do too, and I don't use a lot of the equipment that she talks about, but I still like, yeah. And she's kind of like me, she goes off on tangents, but she's much more professional quality videos than what I currently do. I feel, anyway. Oh, and what is her name? Sandy Hester. I like watching her. She does more like mixed media, though. And here lately, she hasn't been doing a lot of. I've done it both ways. I'll put like wax paper over it, but I did take this one outside earlier and sprayed it because the pastel is getting so thick on there. I used the Sennelier. I think I may have left it outside. But Sandy Hester, I find her entertaining too. She's out of Nashville, but she's getting ready to move to England. I did do a test yesterday, and without thinking, it's actually on the page that's taped underneath here because I inadvertently skipped a page, and so without thinking, I just went back and am using that page. But I did half of it with Sennelier and half of it with the Krylon fixative, just to see. And the Krylon was kind of shiny. You can trade in your craft supplies? Oh, I'm so jealous. That's awesome. No, I don't think you showed me. If you did, I missed the message. I didn't see it. I have to go 2 hours away to be at an art store. And that's even just like a Michael's. That is why I'm stocking up right now, because of the whole thing with the tariffs and all. I have been stocking up the last few months, and I have plenty of, well, I already had plenty of oil pastels, but I stocked up on oil paints and canvases, because I heard canvas, something about the one company that makes canvas. I don't, Frugal Crafter, I think, talked about it. Oh, let me use this. Interesting. Something about they were going out of business because of the tariff thing. They couldn't they couldn't stay in business with it. And she didn't say what company, but she just, it was like, because she said she wasn't at liberty to say, but it was the main manufacturer of canvas. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I like some of her earlier stuff, but they sell. I mean, she enjoys it, so yeah, it's not my. I like this. Yeah. Let me try some of the red. Red. Red rose. Oh, it's red, red wine, isn't it? Remember that song? That's a nice red. Yeah. Thankfully. I think it's awesome. I'm a little concerned about it though. And anybody that's leaving the country right now. I remember she made the comment that she was going to come back and visit her family, and it just, I don't know, it worries me. Now, I'm not like staying up at nights, you know, but the thought crossed my mind of, I hope she can. I hope they enable it, you know. Again, there goes me in politics. Kind of watching that red because it's just a little bit. Can I trade in crafts? Are you talking to me or to Heather? I can't. I don't have any place that I know of. I have local friends and friends in the area that I have passed things on to and that sort of thing. Ooh, I made a big boo-boo there. This is supposed to be, yeah, let me see if I can get this. Trying to think of the name of the company. Meaden? Is it Meaden I'm thinking of? I ordered sorry, my brain's having a shade box, and it didn't close like it. I was having trouble with it, so I contacted the company, and this was 2 years after I had bought it, and they sent me a whole new box with the tripod and everything. So I will forever be a maiden customer. Let's see if I just burned that there. No, I didn't. Okay. But they make a lot of easels and such. Where was I going with that? I don't have any idea where I was going with that. I don't know. It was the hole in the wall place. Now it's got another location. I love watching Sandy. Were they oil paints or were they Da Vinci watercolor tubes? Oh, don't you hate that? They were right there. Oh, I know where I was going. Anyway, they sent me a new one, and the other one was fine if you just used it as like a tabletop easel. And anyway, so I gave it to somebody to use. That was a long story just for that. I wish I was better at watercolor. I have lots of watercolors. Oh, and if you didn't, oh, never mind. I started to say if you hadn't seen Frugal Crafter, she's got, I think you were here when we talked about that. And I think the ones that she tried, she wasn't happy with. So. So never mind. Yeah, I really wish I had an art store that was close by, but I could probably just get myself into trouble if I did. So maybe it's a good thing. I have been needing to take a day trip out of town somewhere. Oh, bummer. Anyway, there's some locals we trade things for. Yeah. I'm on the board of a small gallery in the area, and most of the people that most of the people in the area that are into the arts are related to the gallery in some way. Meaden, yes, Meaden. Is that what I said? Or did I say something else? Yeah, I was really happy with how they, and I know I've got other things from them, but I think some of them I've passed on to grandkids. There was a TikTok yesterday, or recent, on about mixing colors and how we're all lied to about red, yellow, blue. And I shared it on TikTok just in the hopes that my one grandson in particular would see it. And I was so happy when I saw he had liked it this morning. He's just really getting an interest in things like that. The last time I visited, he was telling me all about the Loomis method. That I needed to do the Loomis method. And it was cool. I will say I am lucky in that area. They have really good art teachers. Including my oldest, Jaden. She loves it. She's doing ceramics right now, or she was. I don't know how long they have in school. My hubby would say funny looking. In a kind-hearted, gentle way, of course. Yeah, I don't know what it is about Sandy Hester. She's just joy. She's just so joyful. She just gets, yeah. I understand her excitement about, certain locations or the way an art supply does something or other. It makes my eyes happy. I need to make mugs that say it takes a lot of bad art to make good art. Or an apron or something. I need to make some merch with that on it. Poncho's barking in his sleep. Can you hear him? I'm in Kansas. I'm right in the middle. In a very rural town. It's a very small community. My husband grew up in the house that we live in, which means it's really old. It was old when his family bought it. But they raised 6 kids in this house, so. Yeah, we have one stoplight. We do have, even though we only have one stoplight, we have a brewery, a candy store, a Dollar General like everybody else in America, coffee shop, And our only option for really for shopping, per se, is Walmart, which is like 15 miles in either direction. And again, I know this does not look like exactly like the reference photo, and I'm okay with that. I should have got a blending stump out though, just so I could do certain little areas. Or that be cheating against my own words. No, a daughter-in-law. It's Jaden. I've had people call her Jade. She is 16 and beautiful. I don't say that just because I'm her grandmother, but she has red hair and yeah, she's beautiful. Everybody comments on her hair. It's that really pretty, yeah. I hope it stays that way. Aww. I love the name Jaden. Now, my daughters are grown and have their own families. One is a RN nurse, and one is a stay-at-home mom. An RN nurse. She's an RN in ICU. And as I say that, I think maybe she switched because she was talking about it. Something about hours more flexible or something. They live in the same town. It's actually, it's made for like a clay tool for like scraping in the glaze to do I think it's pronounced sgraffiti, and it's just a pointy, but you can also use an awl. Watch out, baby. Yeah. Did you think I was getting up? You can also use an awl like this. And I got this at Walmart, in fact, and it's just a pointy end to it. And you can, it just takes the pastel off, depending upon how much you want to take off. Like if it starts to build up too much and you can't get another layer on top of it, you can use that to scrape it off. And yeah, he is an amazing dog. He really is. He's a long-haired Jack Russell, or wire-haired. And very, very spoiled. He sleeps under my desk. He thought I was getting up, so he got up. He'll probably go find his bed now and curl up and go back to sleep. Yeah, I don't understand what they are really. I know she's diabetic, but that's all I've really caught. And I wondered, because she had said that she had a really bad infection, lung infection at one point, and I wonder if that wasn't related to her diabetes, you know, not being able to fight off infection. But yeah. I need to work on this sucker over here. And then as I say that, I go over here. And like she had her foot worked on, I know, at one point. So yeah, I wonder if it's all related. Oops. And I've noticed a glucose monitor like on her arm sometimes, on the back of her upper arm. Oops, I didn't want that there. At least I assume it was a glucose monitor. That's what it looked like. Yeah, she's just, I don't know. She's joyful. I watch a lot of politics and things on there, on like TikTok, and it's just, for me, she is just, yeah. She's like that positive shot that you need sometimes. By the way, Heather, I still have not heard from Laura. We used to talk like every day. And she's gone radio silent. I haven't seen her in any chats or anything. hope she's not having some health issues too. I wish there was such a thing as an oil pastel pencil. Ooh, the sun's coming out. Here comes the sun. Do, 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 do. Here comes the sun. And I say, I have one still on my easel that I need to work on. That I may just go ahead and take the time to do it. It's probably going to take me at least a couple of days. And it's not one I can really film very easily. So. Come on. Probably would help if I put these petals on here. I may be scraping that off. Maybe might, could be. One bad thing about having poncho is my husband and I can't like go to a restaurant, just the two of us, unless we have a dog sitter. It's like having a child. Which I would never get rid of him. But it's like having a child. So like I need to sit down with somebody and do some planning, some video and just planning, and we can't really do it. Can't really like go somewhere and do that. We used to be able to like just sit across from each other and throw ideas around. Aww, miniature schnauzer Boston Terrier. That sounds cute. I love dogs. Yeah, I think there is. It is, oh my goodness, it's 3:40 here. I had no idea. That time just got away from me. Because, yeah. What it is it's at 4, from 4 to 6, I have a Walmart delivery, and my husband is unable to carry it in. So I need to be available. But he's not home yet. I shouldn't say that online. But when he's available, is usually when I log off, so that, because he keeps tabs on it, on the pickup delivery. And usually I'll leave all the, if I can, I leave all the cleanup of my desk here for after. I don't know, you may not want to be telling a Kansan that you're in Quebec. You may be having somebody show up at your doorstep. Things are scary these days. Or can be. it's been suggested, strongly suggested, that we take face recognition off of our phones. Because they can access them if they can unlock them like that, but they cannot do it if they require code, is my understanding. She laid down on the sidewalk, but the landscapers were coming that way. Aww. It's a baby. I just love dogs. I just love dogs. We don't deserve them. Right now, Poncho's back at my feet. This needs to come off. Let's see if this goes on different. Yeah, this goes on gooier or softer than the Holbein. So that makes and this is just Paul Rubens. Yeah, I don't have it on mine any longer. The last time we upgraded phones. I went with code. The thing is, my husband is so trusting. He would be like, "Oh, sure, here's my code. Here you go." I don't think we're going to go anywhere where that's going to be an issue. I don't go a lot of places, and hubby is not physically able to these days. Oh, I think I just heard happy too. See, this is one reason I went to oils too. Is here I've spent a day working on this, and then I'm gonna just put it in. It's in a notebook, and I will just put wax paper over it, cover it up. The end. But it's just such a cool medium that I don't know. I thought those guys would just go around us, but they just stopped and looked at me like I was crazy. I'm an Anglo in Quebec, a minority. We are so white. We are darn near see-through. I mean, it is Irish and Wales. What did I do with that? You wouldn't think it would even be on my radar, but like I said earlier, I think complacency is I don't know, maybe I shouldn't even be saying that online. Yeah, I'm paranoid. I'm paranoid. I watch too much TikTok and YouTube. But I know my history well enough that, yeah, it's not good. I know there's been a lot of people that have been banned from TikTok. Or not banned, but they're not, you can't sign back up once you're gone, that's it. Because of their Facebook accounts and things they've posted. God, I sound paranoid. With our government, current government, some of the things they're trying to get done. Right now, we're worried about them passing a bill that takes away habeas corpus, which is basically defending yourself if you got arrested for anything, for whatever. It's in a bill, the big, beautiful bill. As he calls it. I'll shut up. Just like I said, I know how it sounds. Especially somebody that's not here. It's just, yeah, scary times. I don't know. I've had friends that moved to Mexico. Really? See, I was told that face recognition, they could like just turn the phone towards you and it would open, and that would be legal because they didn't physically have to do anything other than just I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, so yeah. Thank you. I do not purport to know all the answers of the world. Who knows? My great-grandchildren might look back and say, Grandma was crazy. What was Grandma thinking? I don't think they will. But have you ever done raku pottery? It's really cool. Notice I changed the subject there. But it's really cool. It's fun stuff. I had a friend that came up and did it here in town at the high school. And it was just, it was cool. It was. See what that looks like on the screen when I get done with what I'm doing there. Okay, I'm gonna need to put a little yellow in there. This. So it's has that more of a glow effect like the top one does. It's still not. Let's see if that does it. Putting that. I think that helped it. I can remember having roses that looked kind of like that. That pinkish, orangish look to it. Growing up. Ah. I will say the time just went really fast. And I'm sure a lot of that is because you all were here. Oh, that's the wrong tool. I need this one, not this one. That doesn't really help. It's not perfect. I probably would keep working on it a little bit more. At least a little bit more. Does anybody have any questions or anything? Put my pastel back in this little container. This is the first time I got to use those Holbein. That's cool. I'm seeing something I need to change. I have this coming up, so I need to put, there's like a petal there. I'm just trying to kind of blend that in there. That's a good point. We have had a lot of fun. My grandkids and I, we did some things that hubby's coming home. That's why he's. You remember the book? What is it? Something about tear your book or ruin this book, or I got one of those at Barnes & Noble, and then we went to IHOP and we sit there going through that thing. Jimmy's home. And we sit there going through it, laughing so hard. Good times, good times. See how many of these I have just pulled out. Randomly. Should have put them separate for the next floral. got all the Paul Rubens in the box. Game time. Oh, they came in at the same time. I had my readers on and I was trying to read the screen. I haven't fixed anything for supper, but I think we're going to have the delivery, so. Oh, I was going in search of my pencil initially. Here we go. AI generated reference detail oil pastel 514 oops 25 live stream. Did I leave it on? Oh, I have it turned down. Okay. It wasn't turned down enough. I know one of the, see, that's the reason I haven't, yeah, I understand. Not rude at all. Because, yeah, I use the free stuff that YouTube offers, and sometimes, yeah, I understand. Totally. Usually I would have already taken a picture by now and checked it. This right here. I like that one. I like the way this scritches went in. Let's see what it. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. For real. It is fun. It goes by really fast. I don't think I had it taped off square. Well, it is what it is. Yep. I don't know. Maybe I just need to take it again, square it up better. Yeah, I probably need to change it. I have like several playlists that I can play. I'll try and remember next time to do I don't really square. I was watching Sandy before I started a couple of years ago. Sandy, I don't know. Like I said, to me, she's just so joyful and just so. That looks better. This is flat. Looks flat. Whoops. This right here. There's no, you know what I'm saying? Now is when I just start picking at it. I don't really make progress, I just pick at it. Seeing if I shot it further away, if it would. Nope, it's. Almost square. Okay. Okay, I am going to go take this outside and spray it. And then put some wax paper over it once the fixative has had time to dry. I was just reading your comments. Yeah, I'm sad she went to 2 days a week, or every other week. It is 4:20 here. Oh, yeah, there's an hour difference. I just didn't stop. I just kept going. That looks kind of cool. I must say. See, I want to use this for an oil painting-ish. Okay. All right. Thanks all for being here. I appreciate it. I will do the replay of this as soon as I can. It'll be time-lapsed, and I'll set it to classical music. Okay? Just for Heather. I will see you all next time. Monday is Master Study Monday, which I'm doing Renoir, and I don't know for sure what I'm doing tomorrow or Friday. I may start the oil painting of this one on Friday. I have not sat down and planned it out very well. See, I need to sit down and plan things. So I will catch you all later. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you more than I can say. Please don't forget to thumbs up and subscribe and all that good stuff. And if there's something that you want to see, let me know, by all means. and I will see you next time.